You went over the money again before bed. It is tighter than it was. The answers have stopped coming. And somewhere in the last few months, you began to wonder whether God has stopped providing. Before you sleep, here is something worth knowing. In the country where this blessing was first spoken, the sky stops. Half of every year goes by with no rain, no cloud, nothing falling at all. And the fields stay green. A dying man knew why. On his last night, with his sight nearly gone, Jacob called his son to the bed and blessed him in two directions. One of them upward, one of them straight down into the ground. Almost nobody reads the second one. Most of us never have. So when the money stops stretching and you are lying in the dark adding it up again, you take that to mean something about how God feels about you. It never meant that. Your supply has never come through the sky. For the next 8 hours, this prayer stays with the second half of that blessing. Sleep whenever sleep comes. Most of it will reach you after you have stopped listening, and that is how a night like this one works. Here is the line he spoke. May the God of your father help you. May the Almighty bless you with blessings of heaven above, blessings of the deep that lies beneath. Genesis 49, verse 25. Two directions in one breath. Heaven above and the deep that lies beneath. You have only ever counted one of them. Before you got into bed, you went through it again. What came in this month? What has to go out? And the gap between the two. You checked it 3 times, hoping it would come out differently. It did not. So you switched off the light and brought the numbers to bed with you, and they have been talking ever since. Hear now who spoke that line and when. Jacob was in his last hours. His breath was short and his sight had almost gone, and one by one he called his sons to his bed. He was not called Jacob at the end. He had been given a second name years before at a river crossing, and the name he died carrying was Israel, which holds the sense of one who has struggled with God and come through it. The blessing you are about to receive was spoken by a man who had wrestled his way to it. When Joseph came, Israel blessed him in 2 directions in a single breath. Blessings from heaven above. Blessings from the deep that lies beneath. Look at the first thing he asks for, before either direction. May the God of your father help you. The Hebrew word for help there is not the word you would use for a rescue. It is the word for a strength that comes and stands beside you. It is the word behind the stone one of the judges set up after a battle and called the stone of help. It is also the word used in the garden for the companion brought to the man because it was not good for him to be on his own. Help in that language is not an instruction called out from far away. It is somebody coming and standing next to you. So the blessing opens with company and then moves to supply. Presence first, water second. That is the order, and it has never been the other way round. 2 directions, not one. You have only been watching one of them. Heaven above is the rain. It is the thing that arrives, the thing you can point at, the thing that changes the look of the ground on the day it happens. You know how to watch for that. You have been watching for it a long time now, standing at the window of your life looking up, waiting for the sky to change. The deep beneath is different. It does not arrive. It is already there. Consider the country those words were spoken in. In that land, the rain falls in the winter months and then stops, and for something like half of every year, the sky gives nothing at all. It stays clear and dry through the whole growing season. A farmer there could not think the way a farmer in a wet country thinks. He knew from childhood that the sky would abandon him on schedule every single year, and that everything alive on his land in high summer was being kept alive by something other than weather. Nothing in that land would survive if the sky were the only supply. Something under the field keeps working when the weather has stopped. One detail in how that works is worth carrying down into sleep. When rain falls on ground, most of it never goes deep. It wets the top, feeds what is growing, and lifts back off into the air within days. Only a small share of any rainfall gets past the roots and keeps going down into the rock. That fraction is the only part that ever becomes the deep. Nearly everything that falls is spent quickly and visibly. A little of it disappears, and that little is what the land lives on when the sky has gone quiet. The part that vanished is the part that lasted. That is the half of the blessing nobody ever tells you about. I know how you worked it out. On your phone with the light turned low so it would not wake anyone. You did it once, cleared it, and did it again because you wanted the second answer to be kinder than the first. Then you put the phone face down and lay back and looked at the ceiling. I was in the room while you did that. I did not think less of you for it. A person who counts is a person who is carrying something real, and you have been carrying yours a long time without much help. Put the numbers down for 8 hours. It will keep. Nothing in it gets worse while you sleep, and one thing in it gets better, because a rested person sees more clearly in the morning than a frightened one does at midnight. You are allowed to stop for the night. A sky is easy to read. It is not the only place I keep what I promised you. Receive what I speak over you now, before you go under. I declare over you the half of the blessing nobody told you about, and I bring your eyes down from the sky you have been searching. What runs under your life was put there by my hand, and it does not answer to the weather. I hold this night open above a supply you cannot see and have never once emptied. Rest on it. It is mine, and it is under you. The Lord your God is bringing you into a good land, a land of streams of water, of springs and deep waters that come up out of the valleys and hills. Deuteronomy 8, verse 7. Listen to the order of that sentence. Streams first, then springs, then the deep waters that come up out of the ground. Moses was describing a country to people who had spent 40 years in sand. He could have started with the fruit or the houses or the size of the grapes. He began with water, and he did not stop at the water they would be able to see. Springs and deep waters that come up out of the valleys and hills. Water that rises. Water that has to come from somewhere lower than the place it appears. A few chapters on, he makes the comparison plain for them. The land you are going to, he says, is not like the land of Egypt you came out of, where you sowed your seed and watered it with your foot. He was describing the irrigation ditches of the Nile Valley, where a man opened and closed channels with his heel and moved river water along the rows himself. Egypt was a country you could water by working. Everything green in Egypt was green because somebody had walked the field and shifted the water. The land ahead of them worked differently. It drank from the sky and from the rock, and no amount of walking the rows could change that. They were being moved from a country they could manage into a country they would have to trust. Part of you still lives in Egypt, opening channels with your foot, working the rows, carrying the belief that if you simply move enough water by hand, the field will hold. Something happens in dry country that nobody notices while it is happening. When rain falls, most of it runs off and is gone in a day. But some of it goes down. It sinks past the topsoil, past the dry layer, down into the rock, and it stops there. It sits in the spaces inside the stone, in cracks and pores too small for your eye, and it waits. Then months later, when the sky has given nothing for a long time and the surface of the field is cracked and gray, that water is still there. Under the crack, under the gray, holding. The dry season is real. I will not pretend otherwise to you. What I am telling you is that the dry season only reaches so far down. It reaches your bank balance. It reaches your diary. It reaches the conversations you have been having at the kitchen table with your voice low, so nobody else hears. It has reached a long way into your life this new year, and I know exactly how far. You are tired of managing. That is the honest word for it. Not tired of working. You have never minded work. Tired of being the one who has to think 3 months ahead. Who keeps everything going? Who knows what is in the account without looking and holds a face together in front of people who would worry if they saw it? Managing is a heavy way to live. It asks you to be clever every single day. I will not take your life off you or tell you to stop being careful. Careful is not the problem. What I want out of you for the next 8 hours is the corner of your mind that never switches off, the one still working the numbers while your body lies still. Hand me that part. I will still be holding it when you wake up. It has not reached the deep. Take these words from me as you settle. This drought has a limit, and the limit is nowhere near the floor of your supply. I take your foot off the channels and close the accounts for 8 hours. What the heat has reached is real. What the heat cannot reach is deeper, and I lay you down on the deeper thing. The field is mine until morning. The 7 years of famine began to come. Just as Joseph had said, there was famine in all the other lands, but in the whole land of Egypt there was bread. Genesis 41, verse 54. Famine everywhere, and bread in one place. Nobody standing in Egypt that year could see why. The sky over Egypt was the same sky. If you had looked up, you would have seen nothing to explain the bread. The bread was explained 7 years earlier by a decision made in a room, by a foreign prisoner nobody had reason to trust, acting on a dream nobody could confirm. Count the numbers in that account, because they are doing something. 7 years of plenty. 7 years of famine. The store was not roughly adequate, and it was not endless. It was exactly the length of the need. Every year of gathering matched a year of hunger, 1 for 1, and the whole thing was set moving before a single hungry day arrived. The store was measured against a famine that had not started yet. That is how I work more often than you have noticed. Reading the sky is what you have been doing. When the sky is clear, you tell yourself, I am pleased with you. When the sky is hard, you go quiet and start to wonder what you did. Your whole sense of whether I am for you has been rising and falling with the weather over your house. I want to take that instrument out of your hands. It is not accurate, and it has been hurting you. Somewhere back in your life you learned that good things come to people who get it right. Perhaps a parent taught you that. Perhaps nobody taught you, and you worked it out from how the room felt when you did well and how it felt when you did not. So when a hard stretch came, you went looking for what you had done. For months now, you have been quietly examining yourself, turning over old decisions, wondering if a wrong turn in a year you cannot change is why this year looks like this. Stop searching. You will not find it because it is not there. I am not disappointed with you. I have never once looked at your life and thought less of you than I did the day I made you. Whatever else is true about this season, that is not what it means. The weather over your life is not a report card. It is weather. The old thinkers understood something here that your generation has mostly lost. A person judges a life by what they can see of it, and what they can see is almost always the smallest part of it. The visible portion of anything is the far end of a long process that happened somewhere else. You are looking at a loaf and drawing conclusions about the harvest, and you never saw the field, or the 7 years, or the man in the room who gave the order. Somewhere behind you in the years, when you did not know it mattered, a store was laid down, a conversation you had, a kindness you did without thinking, a thing you kept doing after it stopped being enjoyable, a prayer you prayed and then forgot you had prayed. You did not experience any of it as storage. It went down anyway. You are eating from it this month. You do not know that you are, because it does not arrive with a label on it, and it does not look like a miracle. It looks like the door that opened when it should not have. It looks like the person who rang at the right hour. It looks like the fact that you are still standing after a stretch that should have taken you down. Let this rest on you where you lie. I take the weather out of your hands as a way of reading me, and I break the scale you have been weighing my heart on. Everything you gave away in years you have forgotten I have kept, measured out against a need you had not yet met. I am feeding you this month from a store you never knew you were laying down. Sleep, and let me carry the sum. Isaac's servants dug in the valley and found there a well of fresh water. Genesis 26, verse 19. Picture it as a working morning. Men with iron tools walking out in a famine year to cut into the floor of a dry valley because somebody had decided that was where to try. The water was in the valley before the shovel was. Isaac did not create it, and neither did his men. The digging revealed a thing already sitting under the ground they were standing on, and it had been sitting there through the famine that drove them into that valley in the first place. Read the scene again in your own mind and notice what is missing from it. No rain. Nobody praying for weather. The chapter opens in famine, and the answer comes from below. Understand what that digging actually was. A well in that country was not a hole in soft earth. It was a shaft cut down through limestone by hand, with iron tools, sometimes many meters deep. The men doing it could not see what was under them. They had no way of knowing whether there would be water at the bottom. Some of those shafts were cut wide enough for steps to spiral down inside so that women could carry jars up from the water without a rope. The work could take weeks, and it could come to nothing. The Hebrew for that kind of well is Bir, and it is written across the map of that land, because a place with a well became a place with a name. The town where Isaac's family settled was called Beersheba, the well of the oath, named for a promise sworn beside the water. Wells were where people met and married and made agreements and stayed. You did not build a life and then find water. You found water and a life gathered around it. You have been asking me for rain. I have not been ignoring you. I have been answering from a direction you were not facing. Under your field lies ground you have never dug, capacities you have not needed until now. People who would move for you if you asked, and you have not asked. Work in you that was put there in a season you would describe as lost. Understanding that came out of the years you would undo if you could. None of it looks like blessing while you are looking up. Nobody is asking you to dig at 2 in the morning. This is not a night that ends with a task. I am telling you what is under you so that you can sleep on it instead of lying awake trying to make weather. The well was in the valley the whole time. It was in the valley on the days Isaac had no idea it was there. Think of what you know now that you did not know 5 years ago. You can sit with someone in trouble without needing to fix them. You can tell when a person is lying about being fine. You know how to keep going on a day when nothing in you wants to. You know the difference between a problem and a disaster, and most people around you do not. None of that came from the good years. You paid for every bit of it, and you paid in a currency you would not have chosen. It is in you now, and it does not leave, and people ahead of you in your life will drink from it without ever knowing what it cost to put it there. That is not a consolation prize. That is water in the ground. What I put under someone's life does not need their permission to be there. Receive this from me as the room goes quiet. The answer has been coming from underneath the whole time, and I end the demand for rain that has kept you standing at the window. What I put into you during the years you called wrong is water, and I am opening it to you. I lay you down over a well that was in your valley before you knew to look for it. It holds. It has always held. Everyone who is thirsty, come to the waters. You who have no money, come, buy and eat. Come, buy wine and milk without money and without cost. Isaiah 55, verse 1. Nothing in these hours is going to cost you anything, and I want that said plainly before you drift any further. Listen to the shape of the words you have just heard, and you will hear where they come from. That is a street cry. In the towns of that world, a water seller walked the lanes with a skin on his back, calling out to the thirsty, and a trader stood over his goods, calling passers by to come and buy. Isaiah takes the exact rhythm of a market shout and then breaks it in the middle. Come and buy, without money. Every other market in the world would call that sentence a mistake. Mine is the only one where it is the terms. You came into this night braced. Somewhere in the last few years, you picked up the idea that anything good coming toward you has an invoice attached, and that the invoice will arrive when you are least able to pay it. So you have learned to receive with one hand up, including from me. Put the hand down. Nothing here carries an invoice. The deep beneath you is not alone, and it is not being tracked. Nobody is keeping a column with your name on it, waiting for the season you get back on your feet so the repayment can begin. A wise man wrote long ago that the human heart stays restless until it comes to rest in God. People quote him as though the restlessness were the interesting half of that sentence. The resting is the interesting half. Something in you was built to stop, and it has not been allowed to for a long time. I want to say this plainly, because you have been spoken to carelessly about blessing, and it has left a mark. This is not a promise that the dry season ends tomorrow. I am not going to stand over your bed and tell you the numbers will meet by Friday. You would know I was flattering you. Then you would stop trusting my voice, and my voice is the thing you actually need. What I am telling you is that you will not go under while the dry season lasts. There is water in the rock. It was drawn from rain that fell long before you needed it. It is being drawn up through the roots of your life right now in the dark, while you do nothing at all. Plants do most of their drinking at night. Through the heat of the day, they close the tiny openings in their leaves to keep from losing water, and the flow slows almost to nothing. It is in the dark, when the air cools and the demand drops, that the roots pull hardest and the whole plant refills. You are usually the one who gives. You are the one who sends the message first and remembers the anniversary and notices when someone has gone quiet. When something needs doing in your family, everybody knows who will end up doing it, including you. Being that person is a good way to live and a hard way to rest, because you have almost no practice at being on the other side of it. So this may feel strange. Nothing is being asked of you here. No one needs you for the next 8 hours. There is no message to send and nobody to check on. You are being given something, and your only job is to let it in. Let it in. The growing happens on the night shift. Take this from my hand where you are lying. I cancel every invoice you have been bracing for, because nothing here was ever alone. I bring you to water with nothing in your hand, and I call that the right way to come. Through the whole of this night, you are the one drinking and not the one working. Receive it, and sleep like someone who is fed. He split the rocks in the wilderness and gave them water as abundant as the seas. He brought streams out of the rock and made water flow down like rivers. Psalm 78, verses 15 and 16. Streams out of rock. Stone is the last place you would think of putting water. Stone is what you use when you want to keep water out. And that is exactly where the psalm says it was held, in the wilderness, in the driest country those people ever walked through, in the hardest material in it. The geology of that region explains more than people expect. Much of the rock through those hills is limestone, and limestone is not solid the way it looks. Water works on it slowly across long ages, opening seams and hollows and channels inside the stone, until the rock is carrying water through passages nobody on the surface can see. Springs in that country come out of rock faces, not out of soft ground. The hardest thing in the landscape is the thing the water lives in. Water does not enter limestone despite the hardness. It enters along the fractures. I keep things in rock. You have been through something hard this new year, and I will not soften the word. It was hard, it is not finished, and there were nights inside it when you could not feel me at all, and had to decide whether to keep speaking to me anyway. Here is what you have not been told about that stretch. The hardness is not the opposite of the supply. The hardness is where the supply is being held. What went into you during the months you would describe as barren did not evaporate. It went down into the rock of you along the cracks, and it is still there. In the years ahead, you will drink from a depth that people who have had an easier time cannot reach. You will not enjoy hearing that in this hour, and I am not asking you to enjoy it. I am asking you to sleep on it. Feel the weight of your body on the bed. That weight is being held by the floor, and the floor by the ground, and the ground by rock, and inside the rock there is water. You are lying at this moment on top of the exact picture I have been giving you all night. Nothing is required of you now. The night has begun properly. The room is doing what rooms do, and your breathing is slowing whether you have noticed or not, and underneath all of it something is running that has never once stopped. I want to say something about the nights you could not feel me. You kept talking to me anyway. You did it without any of the warmth you used to have, into what felt like an empty room, and you half expected it to be pointless. That was not pointless, and it was not small. Anyone can pray when they feel me close. What you did in those months is the rarer thing, and I was nearer to you in that silence than you will understand until much later. You thought you were failing at faith. You were doing the hardest work of it. I have not forgotten one of those nights. Not one. What looks like the hardest part of your life is often where I have stored the deepest part of your future. Carry this down with you as sleep takes you. Water sits in the hardest thing you have walked through, and I put it there on purpose. The cracks were the way in. I will not have you reading your dry season as my absence, because it was never that. It was storage. Streams come out of rock because of who I am. Go down into sleep held by what is underneath you. Blessed is the one who trusts in the Lord. They will be like a tree planted by the water, that sends out its roots by the stream. It does not fear when heat comes. Its leaves are always green. It has no worries in a year of drought, and never fails to bear fruit. Jeremiah 17, verses 7 and 8. Read the middle of that slowly. It does not fear when the heat comes. Not that the heat does not come. The heat comes. The year of drought arrives on the calendar, and the tree stands in the middle of it with everything else that is drying out around it, and the difference is not in the weather. The difference is where the root went. A tree planted by water grows its roots sideways and down until they reach the stream, and after that the tree has a relationship with something the field does not have. When the surface goes hard, the field notices. The tree does not. The word Jeremiah uses for planted is worth having. Hebrew has an ordinary word for a plant that came up where a seed happened to fall. He does not use it. He uses a word that means transplanted, lifted from one place and deliberately set down in another, by somebody who chose the spot. That tree did not drift to the water. It was carried there and put down. So the sentence is not describing a lucky seed. It is describing a decision made about a plant that had no say in the matter, by a gardener who was thinking about a drought that had not happened yet. You have spent a good deal of energy asking whether you are in the right place. Some of the moves in your life were not yours. You have rated them as accidents, or as other people's decisions about you, or as the price of a mistake you made in a year you would rather not talk about. You were set down. Somebody was thinking about your water supply when they chose the ground. Notice how quiet that is. The tree is not fighting. It is not doing anything at all that it was not already doing. It stands where it was planted, and it drinks from where its roots already are, and the year of drought passes over it without being able to reach it. You have spent this stretch of your life trying to be a stronger tree, trying to hold on harder, believe better, keep the leaves green by effort. The leaves stay green because of the root. The root has already found the water. And notice what the tree is not doing. A tall tree lifts water many meters into the air every day without anything in it that pushes. No pump. No muscle. What happens is that a leaf at the top lets go of a little water into the air, and because the water in the trunk holds together all the way down, the rest of it follows up behind. The tree does not drive the water. It releases at the top and the deep answers from below. Letting a little go at the top is how the water gets moved. You have been holding on at the top with everything you have, and calling it faith, and wondering why nothing seems to rise. Trying to believe properly has turned into more work for you. Reading more. Listening to more. Telling yourself off for doubting, then telling yourself off for telling yourself off. Somewhere in the last while, trusting me turned into another thing on the list you are failing to do properly. Let it go. It was never that. Trust is not a muscle you strain. It is what happens when a tired person stops bracing and finds the ground is still there. You do not have to work up feelings for me before you sleep. Lie still. The root has already found the water, and the water does not check whether you are confident about it. Your part in this was finished a long time ago, on a day you were probably not paying attention. Receive this quietly where you are. Your roots reached the water long before this heat arrived, and I am taking your hands off your own leaves. I will not have you greening yourself by effort. What holds you is the stream your root found while you were not looking. Stand where I planted you and rest. There is hope for a tree. If it is cut down, it will sprout again, and its new shoots will not fail. Its roots may grow old in the ground and its stump die in the soil. Yet at the scent of water it will bud and put out branches like a young plant. Job 14, verses 7 to 9. Ask yourself what has gone quiet in you. The verse does not say at the arrival of water. It says at the scent of it. A root underground can register moisture it has not reached yet. Before the water comes into the root, something in the root knows the water is near, and it turns, and it begins to move toward it. The stump above the ground still looks dead. Nothing has changed in the part anybody can see. Underneath, the whole plant has already started responding to a thing that has not arrived. Growers have known for a long time that roots will change direction toward moisture before reaching it, turning through the soil toward a wetter place they have not yet touched. The root is reading a gradient. Something in it responds to the difference between here and slightly nearer the water, and that response begins long before any water is close enough to drink. Job wrote that down long before anyone could explain it, and he got it right. A second thing in his image is worth knowing. In that part of the world, a cut olive stump is not a dead thing. Olive trees have been cut down, burnt, and left for years, and then sent up new shoots from the old root and gone on to bear for generations afterwards. Farmers there counted on it. A field of stumps was not a ruined field. It was a field between one life of the tree and the next. Job was not reaching for a hopeful metaphor. He was describing something the people listening had watched happen in their own groves. He raised that picture in order to complain with it. A tree gets another life, he said, and a man does not. He was arguing with me out of his grief, and I let the argument stand in the book. What he could not see from where he sat is that I would answer his complaint by doing for people exactly what he thought was reserved for trees. Consider how much of your life this describes. Places in you have gone quiet, hopes you stopped naming out loud because naming them and being disappointed again became more than you wanted to pay. From the outside, and honestly from the inside too, those places look finished. Cut down. Old root, dead stump, nothing green. Water is near them. You are not able to feel it yet, and I will not ask you to pretend you can. What I am telling you is that the response starts before the feeling does. Underneath what you have written off, something has already turned toward the water. That is why you cried at a small thing last week and could not explain it. That is why a certain worship song has been undoing you lately. That is the root smelling water. You cried last week and could not say why. Something small set it off. A line in a song, a photograph, someone being kind to you in a shop. It came out of nowhere, and it embarrassed you a little, and you put it away and got on with the day. That was not weakness, and it was not a bad sign. Something under the surface of you is moving. Ground that has been packed hard for a long time is starting to give, and the first sign of that is never a thought. It is water in the eyes at an odd moment. Do not be frightened when something in you starts to soften. That is a good sign, not a bad one. The part above the ground is always the last to know. Let these words be laid on you now. I put the instinct in you that has already turned toward water you cannot feel yet. I do not judge a life by what shows above the ground, and I will not let you judge yours that way. What looks finished in you is only the last to know. Go down into sleep as a root that has caught the scent of a river. About Joseph he said, "May the Lord bless his land with the precious dew from heaven above, and with the deep waters that lie below." Deuteronomy 33, verse 13. Nobody handed him a script. 400 years after Jacob died, standing at the end of his own life, blessing the same family, Moses reached for the same two directions: above and the deep waters below. He was not quoting. He had not read Jacob's blessing in a book. He was a man at the end of his road, who, speaking over a tribe, descended from a boy he had never met, and what came out of his mouth was the same shape. The blessing outlived the man who first spoke it. Understand what a spoken blessing was in that culture. Hear the word itself first. The Hebrew for blessing sits on the same root as the word for a knee. To bless and to bend are branches of one idea in that language. The picture underneath the word is somebody lowering themselves toward the one they are speaking over. Jacob could not stand. He was blind and failing and propped on a bed, and the only bending left available to him was the whole of his remaining strength leaning toward his son. Giving a blessing has always cost the person giving it something. It was not encouragement. It was an act, and once it had left the mouth, it could not be recalled. Isaac discovered that when the wrong son came in wearing the right clothes, and Esau stood in front of him begging, and the old man had to tell him the words were already gone out of his hands. In that world, saying a blessing was more like letting something go than like making a remark. 400 years is roughly the distance between Jacob's bed and Moses standing at the edge of the promised land. Empires rose and fell inside that gap. The family became a nation. The nation became slaves. The slaves came out of Egypt. Through the whole of it, the words about the deep were still doing their work. Settle this over yourself in this hour. What I said over a life does not expire when the person who carried it dies. It does not expire when the season changes, or when the family moves country, or when 4 centuries pass and nobody alive remembers the original words. The good that has been spoken over you has been treated like something with a use-by date. The prayers your grandmother prayed. The things said over you when you were dedicated as a child. The word somebody gave you years ago that you have quietly filed under things that did not happen. None of it has drained away. Words I stand behind go into the ground the way rain goes into rock, and they sit there and they keep. Somebody prayed for you once who is not here now. Perhaps a grandmother. Perhaps a woman in a church you barely remember, who put her hand on your head when you were small and said words you did not understand and would not recognize if you heard them again. You have not thought about it in years. She is gone, and the church may be gone, and the words are gone out of your memory entirely. They are not gone out of mine. I have been answering that prayer your whole life in rooms she never saw, for a person she would hardly recognize. Some of what has kept you standing this year came out of a mouth that closed a long time ago. A blessing does not get weaker the further you get from the day it was said. There has never been a hurry with you. Not in any year of your life. Take this from me as it comes. Every good word ever spoken over you is still in the ground beneath you, and I have not let one of them drain away. I do not revise a blessing because the years were hard on the one carrying it. What was said over your family long ago is water you are drinking now. Sleep on a promise that was made long before this trouble started. When the poor and needy search for water, and there is none, and their tongues are parched with thirst, I, the Lord, will answer them. I will not forsake them. I will open up rivers for them on the high plateaus. I will give them fountains of water in the valleys. Isaiah 41, verses 17 and 18. Water does not run uphill. Everyone who has ever farmed knows where to look for water, and it is not the ridge. The high ground is the dry ground. That is where you go when you want a view, and it is the last place you go when you are thirsty. And yet the springs in that country come out of hillsides. Water sinks through porous rock until it meets a hard layer it cannot pass, and then it travels sideways along that layer until the hillside runs out, and it comes out of the slope partway up. People there built their towns around those places. Jerusalem sits high on a ridge, and it was built where it was because of a spring on that hill. When a king needed the city to survive a siege, he had men cut a tunnel through solid rock to bring the water inside the walls. They worked from both ends and met in the middle. A city on high ground, drinking from a spring on high ground, through rock that men opened by hand. The high ground was never the dry ground. It only looked that way from below. I put rivers there. Somewhere in the last, while you decided that the difficult part of your life is simply the part where nothing grows, you divided your life into the low places where good things happen and the high, hard, exposed places where you just have to survive until the ground drops again. I do not accept that division, and I am asking you to stop making it. The place in your life that is highest and driest and most exposed is a place I can open a river in. Not by moving you off the ridge, by opening water on the ridge. Your marriage does not have to become easy for me to put water in it. The work does not have to change for me to feed you in the middle of it. The situation with your family that has not moved in 3 years is a high place, and I am not obliged to bring you down off it before I can meet you there. Notice how the verse ends. Fountains in the valleys as well. Both. He does not choose between them, and neither do I. The thing that has not moved in 3 years has not moved. I am not going to pretend otherwise, and you would not believe me if I did. You have prayed about it until the words went flat. You have stopped mentioning it to people because you are tired of the look on their faces. Here is what I want you to hear before you sleep. I am able to feed you in the middle of it, not after it, not once it changes. Now inside the situation exactly as it stands tonight, with nothing about it resolved. Rescue is what you have been waiting for, before you would let yourself be fed. Those are two different things, and one of them is already happening. The place you cannot imagine water is usually where I have put it. Receive this on the high ground. Rivers open where water does not run, because I open them, and I will not wait for you to come down before I feed you. The hardest and most exposed place in your life is not disqualified from my water. I divide no life into where blessing is allowed and where it is not. Lie down on the ridge. You are fed there. The Lord will guide you always. He will satisfy your needs in a sun-scorched land and will strengthen your frame. You will be like a well-watered garden, like a spring whose waters never fail. Isaiah 58, verse 11. Sleep is coming to you now, and I want the last thing you take down with you to be simple. A spring is not a container. A container holds a measured amount, and then it is empty, and the whole of your relationship with a container is watching the level go down. You have been living like a container, counting what is left, rationing your energy across the week, deciding on Monday how much of yourself you can afford to spend by Thursday. A spring is not holding anything. A spring is a place where something deeper comes up. In some places, the water comes up on its own with real force. Rain soaks into rock that slopes downhill under a hard layer. The water further down ends up under pressure from all the water sitting above it. When a way out opens, nothing has to lift it. It rises by itself and keeps rising day after day, with nothing pumping and nobody working the handle. Farmers who sink a well into ground like that do not draw water. They stand back from it. The pressure is not in the opening. The pressure is in everything higher up that the opening is connected to. The water in a spring is not the spring's water. It belongs to the deep. The spring is only the opening. Hebrew makes that point in the word itself. The ordinary word for a spring is the same word the language uses for an eye. One word, both meanings. The place where water comes out of the ground and the place where sight comes out of a face are called the same thing. Sit with that a moment. To that way of thinking, a spring is the ground's eye. It is an opening where something inside comes into view. Which means that being seen and being supplied are not two separate kindnesses in this language. They are one word. That is what I have made you. The opening, not the reservoir. What comes up through your life this year is not being taken from a supply inside you that is running out. It is coming from underneath, and underneath does not run low. You can stop rationing. Breathe out slowly. The room is dark and warm, and the day is over, and there is nothing left in it that needs you. Let the working out stop for 8 hours. It will still be there in the morning if you want it, and I do not think you will want it as much. The rationing has become automatic. On Monday, you work out how much of you the week is going to need, and you spread it thin. By Thursday, you are giving people the smallest version of yourself you can manage and still be kind. You know exactly how tired you can afford to be. You have been doing this so long you no longer notice you are doing it. Nobody should have to live that carefully. What comes up through you is not being drawn from a tank with a level in it. It comes from underneath, and underneath has never been low, and you are permitted to stop measuring. Sleep without checking what is left. You were never the reservoir. You are the opening. Carry this down with you. I made you the opening and never the reservoir, and what comes up through you is drawn from a deep that does not run low. I am taking the rationing out of your hands. I satisfy you in scorched ground and strengthen your frame while you sleep. Go down, the spring keeps running without you. The Lord God had not sent rain on the earth, and there was no one to work the ground, but streams came up from the earth and watered the whole surface of the ground. Genesis 2, verses 5 and 6. The first watering in the Bible came from below. Before rain existed, before there was anyone to farm, the ground was watered, and the water came up out of the earth, and nothing fell out of the sky at all. Sit with that for a moment in the dark. Water in soil does not only sink. Through the fine spaces between grains it also climbs, drawn upward against its own weight, the way liquid creeps up into a dry cloth laid at the edge of a puddle. Ground that looks dry on top is often being fed from below by water rising through spaces too small to see. Downward is not the only direction water knows. Notice too what that first watering covered. The whole face of the ground, the account says. Not a plot, not a garden, not the parts that had earned it. All of it at once before anybody was there to be pleased about it. The way you have imagined provision your whole life. Something arriving, something descending, something coming down from outside and landing on you, is not how I started. My first method was upward. The whole surface of the ground, watered from underneath, before a single drop had ever fallen. Rain came later. Rain is real, and I still send it, and you will see it again. The word behind that rising water is a rare one. It occurs twice in the whole Hebrew Bible and nowhere else, and scholars have argued for centuries about what exactly it describes. Some read it as a mist coming up off the ground. Others read it as flow rising from below. What nobody disputes is the direction. Whatever it was, it came up. Notice also where it sits. It is the first watering in the book, on the first page, before rain, before farming, before a person existed to be thirsty. What a story puts first tells you what it considers foundational. Everything after that is a variation. Rain was not first. So the sky over your life has given you nothing for a long stretch, and you have started to think the supply is switched off. You are measuring by the second method and forgetting the first. The oldest way I have ever fed anything is the way you cannot see. The ground was never dependent on the sky. The ground was watered before the sky had learned how. You are almost asleep now. Take this with you into the deeper part of the night, and do not work at it. It does not need you to hold it. The sky over your life has been empty for a long stretch now. No word, no sign, no obvious answer to anything you have asked for. Just week after week of ordinary weather, and nothing coming down. I know how that has worked on you. It is not the hardship that wears a person out. It is the silence around the hardship. So hear this simply, in the plainest way I can say it. Empty sky has never meant empty ground. It did not on the first page of the Bible, and it does not in your house. Something has been feeding you this whole time from a direction you never thought to check. Everything I have ever grown, I fed from underneath first. Take this into the deeper part of the night. The oldest way I have ever fed the ground is from below, and that way has never once failed. I will not let an empty sky be read as an empty supply over your life. Streams are coming up out of the earth beneath you while you do nothing at all. Let go now. You are watered from underneath. Who cuts a channel for the torrents of rain and a path for the thunderstorm, to water a land where no one leaves, an uninhabited desert, to satisfy a desolate wasteland and make it sprout with grass? Job 38, verses 25 to 27. Somewhere in the world at this moment, it is raining where nobody will ever see it. No farmer waiting for it. No crop depending on it. No one standing at a window watching it come. Rain falling for hours on empty country, soaking into ground that no person will walk across for another 100 years. You would call that pointless. You have called things in your own life pointless for exactly that reason. Anyone who has seen desert country after a rare storm knows what that water does. Ground that has looked like bare stone and dust for years will come out in flowers within days. Whole valleys of them. Color across country where nobody leaves and nobody farms, seen by almost no one, gone again in a fortnight. The seed had been lying in that dust the entire time. Nothing was planted for that display. It was already there, waiting on one condition, in a place with no audience. Ask yourself where that water went. It went down. It went into the rock. It sat in the dark under a place nobody was living, and it stayed there, and it moved slowly the way water in stone moves, and years later it came up somewhere else as a spring. Every drop of water you have ever drunk fell as rain before you were born. In some places, a very long time before. Water can sit in deep rock for thousands of years before anything brings it up, and wells in the world are drawing on rain that fell before any of the cities near them existed. People are drinking weather from a world that has entirely gone. Notice what kind of speech this is too. Job had asked for an explanation, and what he received was a long run of questions about weather and wild animals and the habits of the sea. He was not given the reason for his suffering. He was given the size of the one holding it. Sometimes that is the better answer, and it arrives disguised as no answer at all. I want you to hold that, because it is the truest thing I will say to you in this night. The rain you thought was wasted is the water you are drinking now. The years you would take back. The effort that went into the thing that did not work. The love you put into a person who left. The season you gave to a job that ended badly. The prayers you prayed for a situation that closed. I know the years you would take back. You have a list. You do not say it out loud, but you could recite it in order if someone asked you gently enough. The relationship you should have left sooner. The money that went. The chance you did not take because you were frightened, and the one you did take that went wrong anyway. You have carried those years as waste, as a gap in your life where something should have been. Look at what you became inside them. Every kind thing you now do without thinking, you learned in a year off that list. I did not want the pain for you. I never wanted it. And I have used every hour of it, and none of it fell on ground I was not watching. You watched all of that fall on ground where nobody was living, and you decided it came to nothing. It went down. Receive this once, slowly, and then rest. The rain you thought was wasted is the water you are drinking now, and I never lost a drop of it. I closed the grief you have carried over ground you could not see. Nothing given to me has ever come to nothing. Lie down on the years you called empty. I have filled them. This is what the kingdom of God is like. A man scatters seed on the ground. Night and day, whether he sleeps or gets up, the seed sprouts and grows, though he does not know how. Mark 4, verses 26 and 27. Here is the honest question you have carried through this whole night, and I will not walk past it. If it is really running underneath me, why can I not feel it? Here is the answer, and it is simpler than you are expecting. You were not built to feel it. Nothing that grows is felt while it grows. Consider how that farmer actually worked. Think first about what water does to a seed when it reaches it. The seed takes the water in and swells, and the swelling splits the coat open. That hard shell is what kept the seed intact through the dry months, and it has to fail before anything can come out. The first work water does in the ground is not feeding. It is breaking. Nothing has ever grown out of a seed that stayed shut. So if something in you has felt like it is coming apart lately, and you have been treating that as the opposite of growth, consider that you may have misread which stage you are in. He walked the field scattering seed by hand across ground he had not yet broken, and only afterwards did he take a plow to it and turn the seed under. The sowing was rough, wide, and inexact. Then the rains came or did not come, and the months passed, and there was nothing further he could do to any of it. He was not idle in that season. He was simply doing other things in another part of his life, while the decisive work went on somewhere he could not look. The waiting was not a pause in the farming. It was the part of the farming that did not involve him. The seed opening under the soil sends no signal up to the man who scattered it. He sleeps. He gets up. He goes about his week. The growth is total and continuous and entirely hidden from him, and the text says plainly that he does not know how. His not knowing does not slow it down by a single hour. 2 verses later, the account says the earth produces of itself. The Greek word there gives us the English word automatic, and it turns up only twice in the whole New Testament. The other time is a prison gate, in the middle of the night, opening by itself in front of a man who had been sleeping between 2 soldiers. A seed in the ground and an iron gate in a wall. The same word for both. What it means in each place is that no human hand was on it. Feeling was never the instrument for this. You feel weather. You feel the thing that arrives, the day the news comes, the moment the door opens. Feeling is built for things that happen. What I am doing underneath your life is not a thing that happens. It is slow work, and you will not hear any of it until one day something comes up through the surface and you say it happened suddenly. It will not have happened suddenly. So stop testing the ground. You have been going out to the field at night and pushing your fingers into the soil to check, and the checking has cost you more sleep than the waiting ever did. You keep checking. You check your phone for the email. You check the account. You look at the situation from a slightly different angle to see whether anything has shifted since the last time you looked, which was an hour ago. The checking is not helping, and you know it is not helping. It has become a way of holding on, and it costs you sleep and gives you nothing. No blame is coming from me. Checking is what love does when it cannot do anything else. But you can stop for 8 hours. Nothing you would find at 3 in the morning could be acted on before 9, and the thing you are waiting for is not made faster by being watched. I do not need the gardener watching in order to grow something. Take this from me without trying to feel it. You were never built to feel what I grow in the dark, and I do not measure you by your sensations. The seed opens whether you sleep or wake, and your not knowing has never slowed my hand by an hour. I am taking your fingers out of the soil. Sleep. It grows. Let all these rest on the head of Joseph, on the brow of the one set apart from his brothers. Genesis 49, verse 26. That is where Jacob put it. And what he put there was the firstborn's share. In that world, the eldest son received a double portion, and everything about the family's future was arranged around that fact. Joseph was not the eldest. He was 11th in the order of birth. Yet by the time the old man had finished speaking, Joseph's 2 sons had each been counted as a tribe of their own. That is exactly the double portion, and it went to the son who had spent his youth outside the family altogether. The one who was away was reckoned as the one who came first. On the head of the son who had been away, the one taken out of the family young and hard, who spent his years in a pit, a prison and a foreign house, and who came back into the room a stranger to his own brothers. The blessing did not go to the one who stayed. It went to the one who was separated. The word for separated in that line is worth knowing. It is the root behind the word for a person under a vow of consecration, one deliberately set apart for God's purposes. The same root does duty for both meanings, and the hearers would not have missed it. Separated from his brothers, set apart to God. One word carrying both, laid on the same head. Count his years while you lie there. 17 when they sold him. 30 when he stood in front of Pharaoh. 13 years in between, in a foreign house and a prison cell, and no part of that stretch shows up in the blessing as something to be compensated for. The hardest thing about this year has not been the money. It has been being the only one. the only one who understands what is actually happening in your household, the only one carrying it while others speak about it, the only one awake at this hour in a house where everybody else has managed to go to sleep. You have read that as being overlooked. Look where the deep waters were laid, on the head of the one set apart from his brothers, not as compensation for the separation, as the natural place for that kind of blessing to rest, because a man who has been alone in a foreign house has a depth in him that the brothers who stayed home never had to grow. I am not calling your isolation good. Jacob does not call Joseph's good either. What I am telling you is where the water was put. You are the only one awake in this house. Everyone else went to sleep. They will get up in the morning and eat and go out, and none of them will know that you lay here for an hour with the whole of it going round in your head. You will make breakfast and say you slept fine. You are not being difficult and you are not being dramatic. You are the one who sees it, and seeing it is lonely. I want you to know that I have been awake with you, not watching from somewhere. Here, in this room, through the whole of the last hour with you. You have not been carrying it alone for a single minute of it, whatever it has felt like. The one who was taken away is the one the deep water was given to. Receive this where you lie alone in the house. I laid the deep waters on the head of the one set apart from his brothers, and I lay them on you. What you have carried by yourself has grown a depth in you that easier years could not have made. You are not overlooked in this house, and you never were. Rest. I have put my blessing exactly where you stand. He will not let your foot slip. He who watches over you will not slumber. Psalm 121, verse 3. Nothing is asked of you here. Let the words come and go. You do not have to follow them. The deep is under you. It was under you before you lay down. It will be under you when the light comes. water in the rock. Held there, kept there. Nothing you must do about it. I am awake. The whole house is asleep and I am awake. Your breathing has slowed. Good. Let it. Rain fell years ago and went down into the dark. None of it was lost. You are drinking it now. Under the field, under the crack, under the gray. Still there. quiet does not mean empty. An empty sky has never meant an empty ground. Not once. rest. The root has found the water. You did not do that. You do not have to keep doing it. Sleep. Nothing is being counted. No column with your name on it. no invoice. Come to the water with nothing in your hand. That is how everyone comes. I made you the opening. Not the reservoir. The opening. What comes up through you is mine. It does not run low. Deeper now. Let the day go all the way out of your hands. it will still be there. It will be smaller. Streams out of rock. That is the kind of father you have. The seed is opening, and you cannot feel it. That has never slowed it down. Take your fingers out of the soil. Sleep. I am keeping what you gave me. Every hour of it. Ordinary Tuesdays. Unwitnessed kindness. The prayer you forgot you prayed. All of it kept. under a seal with my name pressed into it. Nobody opens that but me. Quieter now. You are safe here. Not safe from everything. Safe with me. The older kind. The dry season has a floor. Your supply is deeper than its floor. Both of those are true tonight. Water is climbing through ground that looks dry. Upward, against its own weight. Nobody sees it happen. it happens. Your shoulders have come down. Your hand is open on the sheet. Let them stay that way. I am singing over you. You do not have to hear it. You do not have to join in. Sleep. The night is being held up. not by you. It never was by you. Deeper. The deep is under you. It has not moved. It is not going to. Sleep now. I have the rest of the night. How abundant are the good things that you have stored up for those who fear you, which you bestow in the sight of all, on those who take refuge in you. Psalm 31, verse 19. Two words and a long gap between them. Stored is what has been happening. A storeroom in that world was sealed. A cord was tied across the door, and a lump of soft clay pressed over the knot. The owner then pushed his own seal into the clay while it was still wet. His mark, cut in stone. Anyone walking past could see the seal. Nobody could open the door without breaking it, and a broken seal could not be faked, because the stone that made it was in the owner's hand. What was inside such a room was not merely hidden. It was hidden under a name. You have lived through the storing, and you did not know that was what it was, because storing feels like nothing. Storing feels like an ordinary Tuesday that led nowhere. Storing feels like doing the right thing when no one noticed and no one thanked you. Bestowed is the other end of it, and the psalm says that end happens in the sight of all. The Hebrew word behind stored up is a strong one. It means to hide something in order to keep it, to conceal a thing deliberately because it is valuable, and the times are not safe for it. It is the same word used of a mother in Egypt who kept her newborn out of sight for 3 months during the slaughter of infants. She hid him, the text says, using that word. So the storing in this psalm is not filing. It is the hiding of something precious during a dangerous season by someone who fully intends to bring it out later. Hiding something is what people do when they mean to keep it. No date is coming from me on that. Dates are what the people who flatter you offer, and I would rather you trusted me in 8 years than believed a man for 8 days. What I will tell you is the direction of travel. The storing is not the whole shape. It is the first half of a sentence I have already finished. Think of how much of your life has been the quiet half. Getting up. Doing the thing again. Holding your tongue when speaking would have felt better. Sending the money. Making the call. Sitting with the person nobody else sat with. Every one of those went down into the rock. Think about an ordinary Tuesday from 3 years ago. You cannot, of course. It has gone. You got up and did the day, and nothing about it was worth remembering, and you have had a few thousand like it. Those days are where most of your life happened. Not in the big moments. In the getting up. In the doing it again. In the small decent things you did for people who did not thank you. In a week nobody wrote down. I wrote it down. I have a record of your ordinary Tuesdays, and it is longer and better than the one you keep of yourself. What is given to me is kept somewhere no season can get at it. Let this be spoken over you plainly. Good things are stored for you, and I never mislay what I am keeping. I do not read your quiet years as years that produced nothing, and I will not have you reading them that way either. What went down into the dark is being held for a day that is mine to choose. Sleep is one who is owed nothing and kept anyway. Deep calls to deep in the roar of your waterfalls. By day the Lord directs his love, and at night his song is with me, a prayer to the God of my life. Psalm 42, verses 7 and 8. Listen for a moment to the room. The night has its own provision, and it is not the same as the days. The temple in Jerusalem kept singers on through the hours of darkness. The record says plainly that they were employed in that work day and night, which meant men standing in the courts singing while the city slept, and almost nobody heard them. That was not a rota anybody envied. It was the night shift, and it existed because the worship of God was not thought of as something that should stop when the audience went home. Somebody has always been singing at this hour. You simply were not awake for it. By day you are led. Things move, decisions get made, the hours have shape. At night I do something quieter. I sing. You have not thought of me as singing over you. Most people do not. A landscape sits behind that psalm. The writer names the land of Jordan, the peaks of Hermon, a hill called Mizar. He is far north, up near the headwaters, a long way from the temple he keeps thinking about. Hermon holds snow, and the melt off it feeds the springs that become the Jordan, and the water comes down through the rocks up there loudly. So when he writes about deep calling to deep in the roar of the waterfalls, he is standing beside actual water, in exile from the place he wants to be, listening to it at night. He did not find that line in a quiet room. He found it displaced, far from home, beside a noise he could not switch off. A sound is going on in this room that your ears are not built to pick up, in the way water sits under a field that your feet cannot feel. It has been going on since you lay down. It does not stop when you fall asleep. It is not waiting for you to join in. Deep calls to deep. The deep underneath your life is answering the deep in me. That conversation is old, and it does not need your participation to continue. Breathe out slower now. You are not being asked to do anything with this. It is not information to act on in the morning. It is what is happening in the room while your body gets heavier, and the day loosens its hold, and the whole weight of you settles into the bed. The deep beneath you is not a store I filled and left. It is a place I am still speaking from. Nobody has sung over you since you were small. Somebody did once. That is how you were got to sleep, most likely, by a voice that is not in your life anymore, and a tune you could not name now. Then you grew up, and after that you were the one who sang. Over your children, or over people in trouble, or over yourself in the car when the week had been bad. Lie still and be sung over. You have spent a long time as the voice. For these hours you are the one being carried by one, and you do not have to join in, and you do not have to be awake for it. What I sing over a sleeping person still counts while they are asleep. Take this into your heart if the words will come. I am singing over you in the dark, and my song does not stop when you stop listening. I am taking the day out of your hands. Deep is calling to deep beneath your life while you do nothing at all. Sleep while that goes on around you. When you lie down, you will not be afraid. When you lie down, your sleep will be sweet. Proverbs 3, verse 24. Twice in one verse. When you lie down. When you lie down. The old writer says it twice because he knows lying down is the hard part. It also meant more then than it means to you now. A house in that world had no lock you would recognize. The walls of a town were the only real defense anyone had, and animals came closer at night than people today can easily imagine. Families slept together in one room or up on the flat roof in the hot months, and full darkness was total in a way that no one living near a city has experienced. So a promise about lying down without fear was not describing a mood. It was describing the hours when a household was genuinely exposed and could do nothing about it. The word for the sleep promised there carries the sense of pleasantness. Sleep that is agreeable, the kind you would choose. Standing up, you can manage. Standing up, you have tasks and traffic and other people's voices, and all of that keeps the worrying quiet. Lying down is when the room goes still and your mind starts going over it, and you have dreaded this hour more than you have admitted to anyone. You have already lain down. That part is done. Your body knows what to do with these hours better than you do. Most of its repair work happens in the deepest part of the night. Tissue rebuilt, the day's wear made good, the mind sorting through what it took in and filing what it means to keep. None of that requires your attention, and none of it can be hurried by effort. Sleep has felt like time taken out of your life. It is the part of the day when you are put back together. The mending was designed into the dark. Notice what has happened in your body over the last while. Your breathing has changed. Your shoulders have come down off your neck. The hand that was closed is open now on the sheet. None of that was your doing. Sleep is being given to you. It is not being taken by you, and it is not being earned by you, and the fact that you have found it hard for a stretch says nothing about your faith and nothing about your worth. Your sleep will be sweet. That is a promise about the quality of it, not just the fact of it. Go on down. Nothing above you needs you before morning, and everything beneath you is running. Notice what your hands are doing. They were closed earlier. Some were in the last while they opened, and one of them is lying flat on the sheet now with nothing in it. Your jaw has come loose. Your shoulders are further from your ears than they were when you got in. Your breathing changed a few minutes ago, and you did not decide any of it. Your body has begun to trust the night before your mind has. Follow it. It is not being naive. It knows something you have been arguing with, and it is right, and it has been right every night of your life. The last thing people let go of at night is the idea that they are the one holding it all up. Receive this as you turn over. When you lie down, I take the fear off you, because your sleep is a gift and not a task. I release the money, and the hour, and the whole weight of this day out of your hands. I am holding the night up, and I have never once needed your help with it. Go down into sweet sleep. I will pour water on the thirsty land, and streams on the dry ground. They will spring up like grass in a meadow, like poplar trees by flowing streams. Isaiah 44, verses 3 and 4. Grass in a meadow comes up everywhere at once. The Hebrew word for that springing up is one you have heard without knowing it. The prophets take the same root and make a title out of it. The branch, the one who would come up out of David's line after the tree had been cut down to a stump. Grass springing in a meadow, and the coming one share a verb. Whatever comes up in that language comes up the same way. Out of ground that showed nothing, from a root that was already there, at a time nobody set. You do not watch a meadow green from one corner. You look 1 week, and it is brown, and you look again, and the whole field is turned, and nobody saw the moment. That is how the coming up happens. Poplars only grow where there is water all year round. In that country, you could stand on a hill and read the land by them. A line of tall trees running across dry ground meant water was there, whether or not you could see any from where you stood. The trees were how you found the stream. You saw them first and the water afterwards. Grass works faster still. Ground that has looked dead for months will green over within days of rain, because the seed has been lying in the dust the whole time waiting for the one condition it needed. Nothing had to be brought in. Everything was already there. You are near the bottom of the night now, in the deepest part, where thinking has mostly stopped and the body has gone heavy. I will not give you much more to hold. Only this. Everything I have said to you in these hours has been about what is underneath. The rock, the store, the rain that fell where nobody lived, the root that caught the scent. All of it has been about the hidden half, because that is the half you had stopped counting. The hidden half is not the whole story either. Water goes down so that something can come up. The deep is not a place things go to be kept forever. It is where things are kept until they are needed. Grass and poplar trees. Ordinary green things, growing in a place that was dry, by a stream that was running long before anyone could see it. You will not see it start. Be at peace with that part of it. Whatever comes up in your life out of this season, you will not catch the first day of it. You will be doing something ordinary. Driving, washing up, halfway through a conversation. And you will notice that a thing which used to hurt has stopped hurting. You will not be able to say when it changed. That is not because it happened suddenly. It is because it happened the way a field greens, everywhere at once, underneath, over weeks you were not paying attention. Go to sleep. It is already underway. Nothing goes down into me that does not come up again later. Whatever this season turns out to have been, it will not turn out to have been abandonment. I can promise you that much, and I do. Let this stand over you in the dark. Water is going onto your thirsty ground now, and streams across what looked dry. What went down into the deep went there to be kept until it was needed. I bring up what I have stored the way a meadow turns green, all at once, with no one watching. Sleep. It is already rising. blessings of the deep that lies beneath. Genesis 49, verse 25. one line to carry into the last hours. Let it return as often as it likes. The deep that lies beneath. not the deep that arrives, the deep that lies beneath. Already there when you got into bed. the deep that lies beneath. Under the month you cannot balance. under the conversation you have been dreading. The deep that lies beneath. older than this season, older than you. Under the years you would take back. the deep that lies beneath. Not a reward. A blessing spoken over a family and never withdrawn. Under the ground you gave up digging. The deep that lies beneath. It ran all night without your help. It is running now. the deep that lies beneath. Sleep on it. It holds. Now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. Genesis 1, verse 2. The word for the deep there is Taham. Hold that word for a moment, because it is the same word Jacob used on his deathbed. When he blessed his son with the blessings of the deep that lies beneath, the Hebrew word he used was Taham. It is the same word the very first page of the Bible uses for the waters the Spirit of God moved over, before there was light or land or anything alive. Nothing else in the Bible had happened yet when that word first appeared. The account calls the earth at that point formless and empty. Those are two Hebrew words that sound alike and nearly always turn up together, the way some pairs of English words do. Centuries later, a prophet picked up the first of those two words and made a point with it. God did not create the earth to be formless, he wrote. He formed it to be lived in. So the formlessness was never the intention and never the destination. It was the condition at the start of the work. So when I promise you the deep beneath your life, I am not offering you a small private reservoir with your name on it. I am pointing you back to the oldest water in Scripture. The deep under your field and the deep at the beginning are the same deep. A second thing in that verse is worth having. The word translated hovering is used only a few times in the whole Hebrew Bible, and one of the others describes an eagle over its nest, moving above its young, unsettling them and carrying them. It is not a word for floating. It is the word for a parent over something too young to stand up. That is the posture over the deep, not distance. A bird over a nest. The people who first heard Genesis read aloud lived in a world whose neighboring stories all made the deep a monster to be defeated. Their scriptures did not. In their account, the deep is not an enemy. It is simply there, dark and unformed, with the Spirit of God moving over it like a parent, and the whole habitable world comes up out of it within 6 days. Take that into the last hours of your night. The dark and formless part of your life is not a monster in the story. It is the raw material, and it has never once been unattended. One area of your life you have given up describing. Not the money and not the tiredness. The other thing. The one with no shape to it, that you could not explain to a friend if you tried, because it is less a problem than a fog. You have stopped bringing it to me because you do not know what to ask for. Bring it with no words. Formless is a condition I have worked with before, and I have never once needed a person to organize their darkness before I would come near it. I am over that part of you now. I have been for a long time. Anything I stay over long enough becomes a place where things can live. Take this up with you into the last hours. The deep beneath your life is the deep I moved over before the world had a shape, and it is not your enemy. I do not leave the dark and unformed places in a life. I move above them the way a parent moves over a nest, and I have never once gone. Out of that deep I have always brought a world where things can live, and I am bringing one up in you. She named him Joseph and said, "May the Lord add to me another son." Genesis 30, verse 24. His name is a request. Two verbs sit in what Rachel said, not one, and they lie almost on top of each other. First, she said that God had taken away her disgrace. Then she said, "May the Lord add to me another son." In Hebrew, those two verbs sound so alike that a listener would have caught the play immediately. Taken away and added. She used the near identical sound to say two opposite things about God in a single breath. He subtracts what should not have been there. He adds what should. Everything she had learned in those years went into a name she then handed to a child. Rachel had waited years without a child in a household where another woman kept having them. When her son finally came, she did not name him something that meant finally or enough or at last. She looked at the answer in her arms and named him Joseph. May the Lord add. The Hebrew is built on the verb yasaf, to add, to increase, to do again. So the man Jacob blessed with the deep waters had been carrying that word as his name since the day he was born. Every time somebody called him across a room, they were saying he adds. In the pit, in the foreign house, in the prison where he sat forgotten for 2 more years after helping the man who promised to remember him. That name went with him into every one of those rooms. Nothing that happened to him changed what he was called. The men who sold him could take his coat. They could not take the sentence his mother spoke over him. You have a version of that. Something was said over your life once, and then the years came and did what years do, and you quietly assumed the name had come off in the handling. It has not come off. What I call a thing is not revised by what happens to it. Notice too what Rachel's prayer actually was. She asked for another. She said it while holding the first one, in the moment she had every reason to stop asking. Naming that child was an act of expecting more from me on the very day I had finally answered her. Somebody said something over you once and you believed it. Then life happened, and the years got hard, and at some point you quietly took it down off the wall. You did not renounce it. You just stopped mentioning it, the way people stop mentioning a dream they have decided was for a younger version of themselves. It is still true. Time does not wear my words out. What was said over you at 20 is not less true at 50 because the road went badly in between, and I am not embarrassed by the gap between what I said and where you are. Pick it back up. It never expired. That is not greed. That is the correct posture toward a father who adds. You do not have to understand any of this to receive it. Water does not ask the ground to explain itself first. Let this rise over you as you lie there. You still carry the name I spoke over you, and the years have not worn it off. I am the God who adds, and I am not finished with you on the day I answer you. What was said over your life is not revised by what happened to your life. Receive more from my hand and rest. He moved on from there and dug another well, and no one quarreled over it. He named it Rehoboth, saying, "Now the Lord has given us room, and we will flourish in the land." Genesis 26, verse 22. You met this man earlier in the night, standing over a well his servants had cut in a valley. Come back to him now, at the other end of the dark, and watch what he did next. Isaac dug 3 wells and named all 3. Know where he was digging. That country is cut through with valleys that carry water in the wet months and then go dry, and the beds of them fill with gravel and sand. When the stream stops running on the surface, water keeps moving underneath the bed, out of sight, through the loose material. Herdsmen there dug into dry riverbeds on purpose. You could stand in the middle of what looked like a dead channel, dig down through the stones, and reach water still traveling under your feet. That is what Isaac's men were doing. Working a valley the rain had abandoned, because they knew the valley had not stopped carrying water. It had only stopped showing it. The first he called Esek, which means quarrel. The herdsmen of that valley argued with his men over the water, so the name of the well became the name of the fight. He moved and dug again, and they fought him again, and he called that one Sitnah. Hostility, opposition, accusation. It comes from the same root that gives us the word for an accuser. He named the second well after the thing that came against him. Then he moved once more and dug once more, and nobody came. That one he called Rehoboth, from Rachab, to widen, to make broad, room. 3 wells, 3 names, and the names tell you the whole story of a man's middle years. Understand what digging cost him. In that country, a well was cut through rock by hand, and it could take weeks, and there was no guarantee at the bottom of it. Isaac paid that price 3 times. Twice he paid it and walked away from the result. He did not stand and fight for Esek. He did not build a case at Sitnah. The water was never the problem. There was water under all 3. The room was the problem. Hear that with whatever is still sore in you. Some things you dug for and lost were not failures of your digging. They were wells in the wrong valley, and I moved you on before you built your life on ground where you would have spent every year defending your water instead of drinking it. Rehoboth was the 3rd, not the 1st and not the 2nd. You are still grieving one of them. A place you worked, a friendship, a house, something you dug into with everything you had, and it did not hold, and you walked away with your hands empty and told everyone you were fine about it. You are not entirely fine about it. It comes back at this hour. I want you to hear that you were not wrong to dig. The digging was good. Your instinct to build something there was good. What you could not see from inside it was the years of fighting that were coming if you had stayed. I moved you. It cost you, and I moved you, and there is room ahead. A well I have to keep defending for you is not a well I meant you to keep. Receive this before the light comes. I close your grief over the wells you dug and walked away from, because there was water under all of them. What you lost at Esek and at Sitnah was never lost digging. It was the road to Rehoboth. I widen the place I mean for you to drink in. Rest in the ground I chose for you. My people have committed two sins. They have forsaken me, the spring of living water, and have dug their own cisterns, broken cisterns that cannot hold water. Jeremiah 2, verse 13. Two different things are being compared there, and if you do not know the difference, you will miss the whole complaint. A cistern was a pit cut into rock and lined with plaster, dug next to a house to catch rain off the roof in the wet months and hold it through the dry ones. Nearly every household had one. They were sensible, ordinary, and completely dependent on the sky. A well was different. A well was cut down until it reached water that was already there. The difference is the direction the water comes from. A cistern holds what falls. A well reaches what is held. Understand that the cistern was a genuine advance, not a failure of imagination. Once people learned to line a rock-cut pit with plaster that would hold water, they could settle the hills. High ground away from any spring, land nobody could have farmed before. Whole villages exist in that country because of plaster. So the complaint in Jeremiah is sharper than it first sounds. These were not lazy people. They were resourceful people, and their resourcefulness was the problem. They had built a technology good enough to let them live at a distance from the source. What you can manage on your own will always feel safer than what you have to ask me for. And plaster cracks. In that limestone country, the ground shifts a little every year, and a hairline crack in a cistern lining will empty it slowly over weeks in a way the owner never sees happening. He goes down in the driest month with a jar, and the pit is dry, and he cannot tell you when it went. A cistern is what you have been living out of. Not out of rebellion. Out of habit, and out of the very reasonable belief that a person ought to catch what they can and manage it carefully. So you have been rationing rainfall, watching the level, and lying awake over a supply that was only ever going to be as good as the last wet season. The complaint in that verse is not that my people wanted water. It is that they built holding tanks beside a spring. The living water is Mayim Chayim in the Hebrew. Literally living waters, the phrase used for water that moves. Running water. Water that is fed from somewhere, and therefore cannot be finished by drinking from it. You have got so good at coping. You have systems. You know which bills can wait and which cannot. You know how to stretch a week. You have become genuinely skilled at surviving on less, and part of you is quietly proud of it, and you should be. But nobody set out to be this good at coping. Somewhere under the competence is a person who would like, just once, to not have to be clever about it. To open a hand and find something in it that they did not have to arrange. I know that person is in there. I have not mistaken your coping for contentment. You do not have to keep the level up anymore. You are safe here. Not safe from everything. Safe with me, which is the better of the two. Take this plainly where you lie. You have been catching rain in a cracked pit while standing on a spring, and I am bringing that to an end. I am living water, fed from a source you did not build and cannot exhaust. I take the working out and the rationing and the watching of the level out of your hands. Drink from what moves. The dry months cannot finish it. You care for the land and water it. You enrich it abundantly. The streams of God are filled with water to provide the people with grain. You crown the year with your bounty, and your carts overflow with abundance. Psalm 65, verses 9 and 11. Morning is not far off. Hold one word before it comes. The Hebrew word is atar, to encircle, to go round. It is the word used for setting a crown on a head, and it carries the sense of surrounding something completely rather than placing an ornament on top of it. So the year is not being tidied up at the end. The whole of it is being gone round. Their harvest festival makes the point better than any argument. At the close of the agricultural year, with the crop finally gathered and the barns full, the people held a week of feasting. And the prayers of that week were prayers for rain. Not thanksgiving alone. Petition for the water of a season that had not started, offered in the middle of the celebration of the season that had just ended. They asked for next year's supply at the party for this year's. Nobody there thought those two things sat awkwardly together. The harvest in the barn was the reason to expect the rain. Morning is close now. Somewhere out beyond the curtains, the sky is beginning to change, and the birds will start before the light properly arrives, the way they always do, singing before the light has come. The psalm moves in that shape. Water in the streams, then grain for the people, then carts too full. And every stage of it depending on something that happened underground months earlier, in weather nobody enjoyed while nobody was watching. Your year is being gone all the way round. It is not being rescued at the end by one good outcome. The part you have lived through is inside the circle. The dry stretch is inside the circle. The months you would not choose to repeat are held in the same round shape as the harvest, and I did not lose any of them. The old harvest songs of that country were sung by people who had spent the whole year unable to prove the year would come good. They sang about the carts before the carts were full. You may sing about the carts. You would not choose to live this year again. If someone offered it back to you, you would say no without thinking. There were months in it you got through rather than lived, and you have half decided that this year will go down as one of the wasted ones. I am not writing it down that way. The months you would delete are inside the circle with everything else. They are not a gap in your life. They are the part where the water went in, and I will not let you throw them away as though nothing happened in them. Nothing happened in them that I have not kept. The crown is not put on the end of a year. It goes all the way round it. Rest is not a reward for getting the day right. It is what I hand a tired person because they are tired, and you qualify tonight on those grounds alone. Receive this as the sky changes. This whole year is being encircled, and not one dry month of it falls outside the circle. I do not need a good ending in order to justify your beginning. My streams are full, and the grain is coming up out of water you never saw. Lie here in a crowned year. I am glad over you. They feast on the abundance of your house. You give them drink from your river of delights. For with you is the fountain of life. In your light we see light. Psalm 36, verses 8 and 9. In your light we see light. Carry that out of this night, and it needs almost nothing added to it. Light is not something you generate by looking hard. Light is what you are given, and then everything else becomes visible inside it. You do not see light by effort. You see it because you are standing in it. The Hebrew behind fountain there is makor, a spring, source, the place a thing originates. It is the same word used for the source of a river and for the origin of a life. The psalm does not say you have a fountain. It says with you is the fountain. The source is not a thing I keep. It is where I am. So the whole of this night comes to rest in one place. The rain that fell where nobody lived. The water in the rock. The well in the valley, and the root that caught the scent of a river. The deep the Spirit moved over. The name that means he adds. The room at Rehoboth, and the spring that does not fail. All of it leads back to a person, and you have been lying on top of him all night. Morning is here. Your feet will find the floor in a while, and the day will start asking things of you again, and the numbers will still be what they were. In a little while your feet will find the floor. The kettle. The same window. The same list waiting where you left it, and the same things unresolved that were unresolved when you lay down. You are not going out into that empty. Something happened while you slept, and it happened underneath, and you will not be able to point at it. You will simply find that the day is a size you can manage, and that things which felt impossible at midnight are merely difficult at 8. That is not you being braver. That is you being fed. Go on. I am under all of it. Something else is also still what it was. The supply beneath your life does not require your attention in order to keep running. It did not stop while you slept. It will not stop while you work, or while you forget, or on the days you are too tired to think about me at all. That is the next thing I want to show you, and it will keep until another night. What I have promised, I keep while the one I promised it to lies fast asleep. For now, go into your morning as someone who is fed from underneath. May the God of your Father help you. May the Almighty bless you with blessings of heaven above and blessings of the deep that lies beneath. May the water in the rock outlast every dry month that comes. May the years you called empty come up green in you. May you drink from a source you did not build, and never once find it finished. And may you walk into this day carrying a name that the years have not worn off, held by a Father who adds. Sleep out the last of the night. The spring is running. Take these words with you as you go. With me is the fountain of life, and in my light you will see everything else this day holds. I send you out fed from a source you did not build and cannot exhaust. The deep beneath you ran all night without your help, and it is running still. Walk into this day carrying a name the years have not worn off. Nothing it asks of you is bigger than what is under you. blessings of heaven above, blessings of the deep that lies beneath. Genesis 49 verse 25. The night is over and the line still stands. What was under you while you slept is under you while you work. It does not change state when you open your eyes, and it does not need you facing the right way to keep running. The sky over this day will do whatever it does. That was never where your supply was kept. Go gently. Drink before you give. You have spent years being the one who carries, and the water in the rock was put there so that you would not have to be the source as well as the carrier. If sleep took you in the first hour, nothing was lost. The words went on over you, and they did their work in the dark, slowly out of sight, and you may come back and start anywhere. This will keep. It will be here tomorrow night and the night after that. And if you know someone lying awake tonight over money, this is theirs as much as yours. May the God of your Father help you. May the Almighty bless you with blessings of heaven above and blessings of the deep that lies beneath. May the store laid down in your hardest years come up green in this one. May you find water in the ridge you cannot come down from. And may you go through this day knowing that the ground beneath you was filled long before you needed it. Go out into the day fed. The water is still coming up.